Hello, hello. Welcome everybody. All right, so welcome to the stream. For those of you who are new here, my name is David. I do these Rust live coding streams about once a week. And for the past 2 weeks, I believe, we've been slowly sort of building up the backend for a Twitter clone in Rust. The idea is to build an app completely in Rust, so a web app that is, with the backend in Rust and the front end in Rust as well, using WebAssembly. And we've gotten a fair bit of the way with regards to sort of setting up the skeleton for the web app. And today I expect that we're going to sort of clean that up a bit, pull out some reusable pieces, maybe test some edge cases around our authentication, which is what we were working on last week. And then I expect to dive a little bit into the front end just to sort of verify that the setup that we have actually works, or if we need to make any changes. It would be annoying to sort of build this entire backend only to realize that there's actually something that we didn't consider at all, which makes it not work with the front end. I don't expect that we're going to run into any problems, but we're going to see how it goes. So to sort of introduce you to the backend that we've been building so far, it's in Rust, and we're using the async await feature. We're using the Tide web framework. We're using SQLX for database integration stuff, and we're using Postgres as our specific database. The rest of these traits are not really interesting, I think, but this is sort of what our stack looks like so far. If we take a look at our main.rs, it's pretty much everything in one function. This server function that just constructs the Tide web server that we're using. It defines our routes, and it defines the handlers for each route. So what I think we're going to look into today is sort of clean some of this up. Currently, our serve function is like almost 200 lines, 176 lines. Hopefully, we'll be able to clean that up a bit and sort of provide a bit more scalable structure. We also have these different responses down here, which are currently just sort of ad hoc put here in this file. I'm thinking maybe we can pull them into some other file. What I think would especially be cool is if we'd be able to reuse those same structures on the front end to make sure that the responses and the requests are sort of aligned in that sense. That would be kind of neat. Otherwise, we're just currently doing most of the sort of stuff that needs to happen directly in these handlers. For example, that's the one you can request /me. That's how you get data about the current user. And all the authentication code is currently just directly in that handler, which we're probably going to want to pull out. That's one of the things that we want to look at today. We can dive into the tests that we've been writing so far. We have just sort of enough tests to make sure that things are actually working. We have a test that tries to create a user with a username and password, and then tries to again log in as that user, basically, or make a request to authenticate as that user. And that works. And then we have a couple of error handling cases, I believe. There's one if you log in with an unknown user, and there's one if you log in with an invalid token. That's sort of what everything looks like, and we can of course run the tests and make sure that they all pass, which hopefully they do. There we go. You may notice that we get a whole bunch of output from like logging output. That's because currently we've set our default logging log level to trace. I think we can just set it to debug. Then our tests are significantly more quiet, and there's a bit less noise. If this turns out to be a too high level and we need more information, then we can always tweak it from that point on. So that's sort of the setup so far. I think actually what we're going to want to do first is pull up the Tide documentation and try to figure out how we can actually pull out this authentication logic. So let's do that. I have a web server running that just compiles the documentation for all the libraries in our crate. And actually, now that I think of it, there's one thing that we should do first. So last week, if you go to the Twitter repo, there's actually a guy who opened an issue, which is very nice. So we were struggling with, if you look at the authentication library that we use, this one, it's the one that basically hashes the passwords into a one-way hash, and that's what we store in the database. And then it's the library that will basically verify a hash against some password from the user. And if you look at their hasher, it has one called hash non-blocking that returns a old future, so it returns a 0.1 future. What we want is use the standard library future, and specifically to do that, you have to use if you look in futures, you have to use the compatibility feature that they have. And we were struggling to get that working last week. And what I realized since then, and what is also mentioned in this issue, is that there's actually a feature flag that we have to turn on for this feature of futures to be working. So what I noticed was that there was like this compat module here, and I was like, let's use it. Futures compat, and it said it couldn't find it, and I was like, what the hell? Why not? It's right there. What's going on? I don't understand. Turns out that it says right here that this module is only enabled when the compat feature is turned on. And I believe because if we only looked at our local docs last time. And I believe because we haven't actually, so in our cargo.toml here, we haven't actually added that feature when we installed the library, which means that the compiled docs that we see here don't actually include that module because, well, it's not compiled in. Whereas the version of the docs on docs.rs are compiled with all features enabled by default, I believe. And there it is. So I think by adding this this feature and then recompiling our docs, we should be able to see it. So currently the way we got around it was to use spawn blocking, which basically just spawns a blocking task on a special thread pool. So like this approach works just fine, but I think using the compatibility feature thing is a bit more of a nicer way to go. So if you recompile this, it should work, and it totally does. So now if we recompile the docs as well, we should see the futures compat module in our docs. While we wait for that, basically they have a struct called compats 0.1 as 03 that basically takes a 0.1 future and converts it into a 0.3 future, which is exactly what we need. So there we go, the docs are back. We should be able to refresh this one, and now we see the module there. Another crate that I also recommend you check out is called cargo what features. What features, and you can say like futures, and then it shows you all the features that futures have. You could, if you wanted to, like go into their cargo.toml file and see it. I'm not sure they mention all the features in their README. No, it doesn't seem like it. And this is at least a nice way to see it. And then we would have noticed that there's a compat feature right here. So let's see how to use it. It's this one. And then, so we should be able to do that. And then say this is, that's the verifier. Let's do the hasher first. There we go. So this should be hash non-blocking. Put that in a new. I'm not quite sure where this map error thing needs to go. Nuke that one. Yeah, and hash non-blocking just returns a future, so our map error probably needs to go here. Like that. And there we go. So this thing on the inside returns an old future. We convert that into a new future by basically wrapping it in this compatibility layer. We call await on it to get the result of the future, and that is, well, the output of the future rather is a result that we have to convert to the correct error type. And the reason that we're doing compat here again is that this error type is unknown. Thank you, Rust Analyzer. It's a failure, I believe. If we just look at their error handling, hash non-blocking error. So it implements the fail trait from failure, which is sort of a deprecated way of doing error handling in Rust. You notice that, let's see, it implements fail. So fail is from the failure crate, and it actually doesn't implement std error trait. So we can't just trivially return it from a tied endpoint or handler, but they have this compat function, which is what we're calling here, that returns a compat error basically that does in fact implement the standard library error trait. So that's what we're doing. It's a bit unfortunate that we have to do this. It would be cool if someone were to submit a patch to this authentication library to update what futures version they're on and also what error handling library they use. It should probably move to either this era or anyhow. So if you're looking for an open source contribution to make, I think that would be a nice one. Let's just do the same one for the verify. So create the verifier. This one goes out there. Map error goes afterwards. And then we have this. This is verify non-blocking. I believe that's it. Still compiles. Let's check that the test will work. And they do. Great. Let's just commit that. There we go. All right, so let's try to think what to do next. I believe we did have a to-do list. Let's see if there's anything obvious here. Map invalid data error to some 400 response. I think that's because here in the post to /users where we create a user, we deserialize the response into a create user type, and the deserialization is done with std. And I believe if this fails, it'll return a 500 response rather than 400, which it should be because it's a client error, right? I think the very first thing we're going to look at is how to pull out the authentication stuff. You can imagine that we're going to want to authenticate for a lot of endpoints. So I think that's the kind of thing that makes sense to pull out into a function. So if we look at tied, I do believe what we're going to end up using is a middleware, perhaps, that will sort of check for the authentication header being there, and if it is and if it's valid, it'll set the current user as a variable on the request. So if you look at the tied request, they have a thing called request local state, I believe. Set local. I guess there's also local to get a local state basically, and this is how you can sort of get like we can save a current user into the request, and then in the middleware, and then in the actual request body we can get that back out. You could also not set it in the middleware and just sort of do it up front when the user asks for it. I actually think that's the nicest way to do it first, and if we notice that we do it multiple times within the same request, then we can pull it out and do it into a middleware. So how do we do that? Let's see. We could basically pull, let's see, what do we actually do? We get the header, we parse it, we query the database, that returns a user. Yeah, so when you authenticate as a user, when you log in or you create a session basically, you get a token back, an auth token. And so we get that auth token out of the header, and if there's a user with that particular auth token, then that's the user you get, otherwise you get nothing. So we could basically make a function that takes the request and returns like an option user or an error user, a result, if there's errors, which there can be, it seems. No, these question marks are for unwrapping the optionals, I believe. The error handling is basically done in that if the header is invalid, we return a bad request. If the header is not present, we also return a bad request, I think. Yeah. I mean, the database query could fail. I think we should just try to pull it into a function and just see what happens. We could call it authenticate. Takes a request. It's an async function. And let's just say it returns a result. What error type do these return? Endpoint. I think it's like an HTTP result kind of thing. So this is the get method that we're calling right here. And then I'm like, what does that take? That takes an endpoint, well, something that implements endpoint. Endpoint has one function that is a call that returns a future where the output is a result. That's a default to response and an error. So we have to return either a user or this one. Let's try to pull this in. Can we just copy that directly? Nope. Right, so up here we're only returning a user, whereas the endpoint can return it returns a result. So that's because we return early here. I think we have to convert these into error messages. Like do something like this. what I'm thinking is we need to make sure we have test coverage for these paths. So let's add a to-do here. Let's first verify that all the tests will pass. They do. Now there should be some test that fails. And there's not. Great. I think that's because we test that we get the header and then we get the 0th value for that header. So if you pass the header multiple times, then the header will be set multiple times. That's why you have to say this like get method on the header values. So that would be if the header is either not there or is, yeah, don't we have a test for that if it's not there? Logging in with invalid token. Logging in with unknown user. No, I think we only have a test for the happy path, basically. Yeah. So I think we're going to want to add tests for these two failure cases first before we start pulling it out, just to make sure that we don't break anything. So let's say this is an async test. Oh, what just happened? Logging in without auth header. And the other one that we're going to need is logging in with invalid auth header. Let's see. So we create the user, and then we log in. Then whatever this request returns should be a bad request. What HTTP code is that? It's a 400. Run the tests. It should fail because we haven't really changed anything. There we go. So if we remove this header, so this is the call that creates the user. We still want that. We don't need this one. This one is just to verify in the previous test that there are no users to begin with, which we don't really care about for this test. And that passes. Let's just make sure they can actually fail. So I think that should be this one. There we go. It panicked at 139. 139, that's right here. And if we return a different one, is there? I'm a teapot. Let's return that. And if there's any questions at any point, just put them in chat and I'll get to them. Right, so the test is actually working. So it expected to get I'm a teapot. It expected to get a 400, but it got I'm a teapot. So if we replace that, it should still work. I wish the tests were faster to run. It's going to be quite tedious to have to wait for them all the time. All right, so now we need a test for this one. Let's first verify that we don't have a test hitting it already. Which we don't. Great. So that should be this one. That's quite similar. We do want the header, but let's just write foo here, so it shouldn't match the barra token thing. Now we do want the token. How do we pull that out? Let token, like that. So if we change this one, there we go, the write test failed. Logging in with invalid auth header. Change it back. There we go. So now we successfully have coverage for these two failure parts as well. So now we can actually start pulling it out. Let's do this. So this one should be, I wonder what we can return here. Endpoints. Any error. Status code. You can create an error from anything that implements the standard error trait. So it would be convenient, right, if we were able to return something like anyhow error like this. But as we've seen previously, we can't actually do that, which is unfortunate. The reason is that the anyhow error doesn't actually implement the standard error trait as ref static. No. Is there a way to get around that? To basically return a... Because it kind of seems like that's what they're doing here, right? All right, let's try to call it. The user authenticate with the request. Await. Yeah, so it doesn't work because anyhow error doesn't implement standard error. Can we do something like this? Cause downcast. I'm not quite sure what this syntax means. Nah. I'm not quite sure what we're doing. Does that mean we can't use anyhow error at all? This is not quite what I was looking for. I bet if we were to return something like assume this would work. Yeah. What's the error now? Cannot be known at compilation time. Do we have to make our own error? I wonder if Tide on their GitHub page, if they have some examples. Like, we can always use what's it called, this error to sort of generate our own error. You know, it just seems something like this, right? It just seems a bit annoying that we have to do that. Do they have examples? GraphQL. Handle GraphQL. They don't seem to have any like helper functions that they've sort of pulled out in the same way we have. Vip. What was that? Tide results string? No. Cookies? We could obviously convert the errors into these HTTP errors. That is probably what we're going to want to do. I just wonder if that's going to get tedious over time. New a status code and an error. I don't really have an error that I want to use. Guess we can use anyhow here. Which we can't because it doesn't implement standard error from stir. All right, that works. I wonder what it returns in the body though. What should we say? We should say missing value for authentication header. Do similar thing down here. And this is unable to parse authentication header value. right, so all our tests should still pass. Hopefully. Did they pass? Yeah. Huh. I mean, it does make sense that it logs it, right? It just almost seems like there's a bug in our implementation, which there isn't. There's a bug in the client. But the tests do pass, so we didn't break anything. That's nice. I do imagine that this sort of business is going to be annoying. Oh well, let's keep it for now and just see if it turns out to actually be annoying. Let's add a use for this one. Like that. Is there anything else in here that we want to pull out? Maybe this stuff to actually like pick out a header would be nice. Let's do that. Request takes a result string. I'm not quite sure if it's going to be a string. Expected struct found stir. That works. So I guess this works because the request lives for some lifetime, and then when you actually borrow the header, you borrow the header from the request. So that makes sense. If this was like an owned request, we wouldn't be able to return a borrow string from it here, because then the borrow string would outlive the request itself. We should, however, say, so we have a header key. Right, and now, so notice previously it was able to infer that the anonymous lifetime that we have here corresponds to the anonymous lifetime that we have here. And that's obvious because there's only one lifetime involved. It couldn't be anything else. Whereas now that we have two anonymous lifetimes, if not sure if this string is borrowed from here or from here. So we have to tell it that it's actually borrowed from here. I wonder if you can just use like this, or if you need to actually name the lifetime. Nah. So it doesn't actually matter what we name it, it just means that this one lives at least as long as A, and A is this guy. So this is basically a way of saying the return value of this is borrowed from the request. We just need to put the key in here, like that. And then we should be able to call that instead. Get header. Like that, very nice. I do wonder what the response actually looks like. Let's try to fire this one up on curl. What does it run? 8080/me. All right, so it just returns a plain text where that is actually the response. We should probably make that some JSON thing. We can't set a content type though. And it didn't have one, right? Oops. No. It just has a content length. Content type text plain. Can you set a content type for errors? I'm wondering if we didn't use their HTTP error thing, but instead had our own error enum, can we make a middleware that catches, so it takes any error. Let's see, next, you can call run on it, get a result back that returns an error, and you can downcast that one to our own error type. And then we can set the response body from there. I do think that would be nice to have a test for. Log in like that. How do we get the JSON back? I did that like so. And I wanted to have, say error, whoops, message, like that, missing value for authentication header. So this should fail now. I wonder if we can get headers on the response. Yeah, so it failed because we call result unwrap on 73. That's here because it couldn't parse it into an actual body, into a value rather. I wonder if you're able to get the headers as well. I would like to make sure that it has the right content type. What type does response have? It is a HTTP types response, which is not there. HTTP types response. Get a header. Header authentication. Turns an option. It has to be a header name. Stir. It implements from stir. So any type from stir is a trait from the standard library. It's basically like a parse trait, so things that can be parsed from strings. And it works with the parse method on stir. So anything that implements from stir, you can call parse on, which means that's actually, I believe that's exactly what we're doing here. Like that. And it has to be a reference. Unwrap. It still has to be a reference, right? Yep. So that gives us a header value, a vec of header values. We get the first one. Header values implement as stir. But it's not the authentication header we care about. We care about content type. Should be application JSON. And as we just saw in curl before, it returns text plain. We actually want application JSON. So that was the middleware. So let's see, we do actually have to make our own error enum now. Wonder if there's an easy way to do it. If we can like make one that wraps an anyhow error, that would be quite convenient. Let's give it a shot. So if we make just try to make a new module. Use anyhow error. No. Say we have a struct error that has an anyhow, and we want to implement display from the standard library. I can never remember how to actually implement that. Like that. And can we then implement from any E into our error where E is a std error. Yeah, you sometimes get these. It would just be really nice if we could make it work with from, because that means that we could use the question mark error automatically. But it doesn't seem like we can, because there's a blanket import for in the standard library to basically convert a type T into a type T, which you often run into actually. I wonder if there is a nicer way to do it. Do we really have to make our own error enum? All right, let's try to do that and see if that works. So that means we need this error, which we already had. Sweet. Looks like this. Waiting for file log on build cache. All right. Yeah, we've already imported HTTP error. So let's just say import that one as HTTP, and then rename this one, because we're going to be defining our own type with type that has the name error. And it needs to derive this error. And then it definitely needs to, whoops, be returned there. Let's just put this function below. Let's verify first that we can actually get it working before we start converting all the error handling stuff in here. So this just returns an error. Did that continue to work? It did, because it does, this error type does implement standard error, which means that we can now, hopefully, convert this guy from a HTTP types error. That's because the get header still returns the old error. Let's just focus on one at a time. From stir is not implemented for nothing. That's because we need to parse it into a header value. So it implements from stir where the error type is an HTTP error. Does that mean if we say I believe you can say error transparent. Whoops. Get our syntax right. As din error. What the hell? This one doesn't implement standard error either. why not? Because it has the same one. So this is basically the trait implementation that we tried adding before, which we can't do. And I suppose the reason is that we're getting this error is because this error only supports wrapping things that actually contain, or rather things that actually implement standard error. Wait a second. Status. This one, it doesn't have a way of getting the message back out. I actually still think that we can use the middleware, like make the middleware that correctly sort of sets the error response. I just think that this has to be our error type because we are able to get the message back out. That's basically what the display implementation returns, right? So it just displays self.error. And if we scroll up, we can see that self.error is basically an anyhow error. So I think that we basically undo all the stuff that we just did. And this needs to be HTTP error like that. I think we're back to working. And then let's try to add the middleware. Because we can just, the error that we get, we can probably just still change the response, I'm thinking, from within the middleware. How does middleware work? Do we already have one? Didn't we have like a logging middleware or something? Nope. They can be applied with server middleware. Takes a thing that implements middleware and debug. Let's make one called, should we call it map error response? Error response to JSON. We have to implement middleware for it. And next is there. Pin is from the standard library. So is future. So now we should be able to add our middleware here, like that. Expected server found mutable reference. I think middleware is just supposed to be called like that, similarly to defining the routes. So if we add, right, everything should basically fail now. That should sort of show us that the middleware is actually there, right? Yeah, so that's this one. So if we just say next dot run cx. So now everything should work. So it's basically middleware that does nothing. Yeah, and this is the test failure that we were getting before. So now, so next returns a future that returns a result, where the result is either a response or an error. Like that. So if actually handling the request succeeded, then we don't really need to do anything. So we just pass along the response. If we get an error though, then we want to return a different kind of response. I think like that. Yep. Probably with the same status, right? How do you set the body? Dot set body. Is there a JSON thing? Body form, body JSON? Or does that return the body? Encode a struct as a form. Let's set that as the body. Let's go back to reference. I believe we can just inline it like this. Yeah. So this question mark is in case it fails to actually convert this guy into JSON, which it shouldn't at this point, but it might. And That's because we have a lowercase m. Notice the very first assertion with the content type did work. So there we go. We're now correctly setting the JSON body. I suppose that if we're gonna want to add like any additional sort of error data stuff here, then we're gonna need our own error enum somehow. I'm not quite sure how we're gonna handle that, because then we're gonna run into some of the same issues that we've had so far. Anyway, I actually think this setup is fine. Let's see, is there anything else that we're gonna want to pull out? I mean, this stuff to get a database connection pool. Hey, New Duck, how's it going? This stuff to get the database connection pool out every time is sort of annoying. We could make a small helper for that. I think having to type. Oh yeah, we wanted to make actual sort of structs for this setup because currently we're repeating this data stuff every time, right? You release version 3 of your web app. What sort of web app is that? Yeah, I think we should make our own like response struct that has a data field and then some generic serializable thing on the inside. Sand falling, physics sandbox. That sounds complicated. Ah, cool. Right, I've never done anything like that. Sounds cool. Rust isn't looking fun. It usually is pretty fun. Sometimes you struggle with stuff. I mean, I guess we could file like an issue on the Tide repo to be like, how do you actually expect us to handle this sort of case? I've written with the creator of Tide a bit on Twitter, and he seems like a nice guy, so I'm sure he'd be willing to help out. All right, so I imagined for this guy, we're gonna have some like, what do we want to call it? API response, JSON response, data response, API response. Like that. And then for this one, the actual token response, we'll just call it token response with a token that's a string. And now we should be able to do API response, data, token, and that's because we need to derive serialize down here. There we go. It should still pass. How's it version 3.0 of your app if you only started on Monday? And you're fast. Doing this every time this app responds new, like manually declaring it like that every time is a bit annoying. Let's add a new impl API response for T. I lost track of my parentheses here. And we need a question mark here. No, here, I believe. Yeah, because in case converting it into JSON fails. Right. Let's also add a new for this one. So that becomes new token, like that. Very nice. We could technically do something like to response, right? Possibly with a status code. I think that'd be nicer than the other way around. So that means we want a fn to response. Probably also want where t is serialized. It doesn't take the status. Is it tedious that we have to wrap our sort of lower level responses like token response in an API response every time? What if we could just do this? And then this sort of wrapping would happen implicitly. I kind of like that. So it just does API response new self. It's already quite a bit nicer. We could even have like a default one. So we could rename this one to be with status. And then we could have one that doesn't take a status, but defaults to defaults to using 200 OK. That. Wait, what's it saying? Because we added the question mark there, which we don't want. Yeah. So we technically don't need the OK wrapped anymore because this already returns a result. Let's just put, so we're kind of getting a warning that the method isn't being used. That's fine. Let's just say allow dead code. Same here. All right, so that's already quite a bit nicer, I think. Let's use the same pattern here. It's actually exactly the same. It's just token row instead. Token row. Like that. And this one, we do need, now that I think of it. So up here, we're gonna need a new like low level response, right? We're gonna need like a user response kind of thing, but it's quite tedious having to implement both of these methods again. What I'm thinking is that we can make them generic and like implement them for any type that implements serialize, because that's technically the only requirement that we have here. Yeah, let's do that. So the way that you can implement types, basically add methods generically to anything, is to make a trait that have those methods and then implement that trait for like a generic type T that has some constraint. So we could say trait build response, build API response. And it would have these methods. We can say it's a super trait of serialize or a subtrait of serialize. I think. Yeah, and the reason we need sized here is because we're taking self by value. I think the compiler was actually also telling us that. Yeah, so it says this size of self cannot be known at compile time, because if you're taking self by value, you basically need to know how big the type that's implementing the trait is, because Rust needs to know how much space it has to make on the stack. Whereas if it's a borrow self, like a reference, then it's just a pointer, and the pointer always has a fixed size. This gets into object safety and that sort of stuff, which is a bit out of scope for this video. But basically, we do what the compiler says and says you have to be both serialized and sized. I wonder if that is enough, actually. No. I think if we say, though, impl trait build response for T, where T is serialize. There we go, it now works. which is kind of nice. We don't have to add those methods every time. So we can now make a user has an ID and a username. ID is a UUID, I believe. Username is just a string. And it takes a that's because the UUID type is called like this. We do have a user struct, I believe. Yeah. So now here we should be able to say user response from the user, like that. Very nice. That's already quite a bit shorter. Let's just run the test to make sure we didn't break anything. We didn't. Are people following this sort of way of handling the duplication and why these methods show up just sort of magically for the user response type? Does that make sense? I asked a couple of weeks ago on Twitter if there were any topics that people wanted me to cover, and some people said they wanted me to talk more about generics. So if this is not clear to you, let me know, and then I'll go into more detail about it. Do we have any more hard-coded responses? We do up here. We return each user. The user type already implements serialize. That means we probably don't need this type at all, actually. Oh, that's really cool that we can just do that. They didn't even realize. And the reason that works is because the user struct that we made before already implements serialize. So this just works. So up here, we're returning a list of users, I believe. Yeah. Which means that we want our response to look something like this, where this thing in the middle is a vector or a list, and then here we have the ID and the username. I actually think our test might be missing. I mean, it is a bit silly that we have an endpoint that returns all users. I think we should just remove it. The reason that we have it in the first place is way back when we started, we had some issues with state being left over in the database after tests. We don't have that problem anymore. Is this test still valuable to have just to ensure that we don't get it back? No, I don't think so. I think we should just remove it. That means we can also remove this. All right. Let's try to start actually pulling stuff out. So what do we have? We have handlers, and we have basically inputs, you could say. And then we have almost like models. Basically, the user thing is almost like a model, right? Should we call it a response? Let's first remove these imports here that we aren't actually using. Let's say we have a mod responses. And there this guy is. And these are as well. Let's put this one above the token response. We need serialize. We need the response, status code, error, and then we say use responses. See, we need to make this one public. Basically everything needs to be public. We need UID as well. And we need the build API response. New is private. We need user. There we go, back to compiling. Serialize we don't need. All right. Then let's make a module called like handlers or something. Oh, we don't need deserialize from here. And let's just pull these in there. Now I'm using Rust Analyzer with Vim, and it does have a feature where it's supposedly able to auto import stuff, but the Rust plugin that I'm using for LSP doesn't actually work with it. I'm not quite sure what's wrong. So for now we have to do the imports manually. It's a bit tedious. I'm hoping it's going to be fixed at some point. Is that it? Almost. I have to use it. Use handlers. Authenticate. And back. This one we don't need. Is it the user that's not being used? Yeah. All right. How do we want to pull these guys out? Let's find a smaller one first. Let's try to find this one. So the get method has to take something that returns an endpoint. Let's look at endpoint. I suppose we could also call this module not handlers but endpoints, just to sort of stick with the tide. Naming. So it has to have a call method. It's implemented for any function that takes a request and returns a future. Let's just try to make one called get me. Takes a request. State needs to be an async function, and it returns a tied result. Does that now mean that we can put this one, get me, like that? That's pretty convenient. Yep. So I'm thinking that our handlers are basically just going to look like that, unless they need any like. Although, I suppose it would be nice to have them be like me : get like that. So these are actually namespaced. Yeah, let's do it like that. So in handlers, let's say we have a mod me, or an endpoint rather. Let's move this file to mod.rs. So in Rust, you have two different ways that you can specify your modules. You can either do it where, so I have a module called endpoints. Then you can either in the source folder have a file called endpoints.rs, or you can have a folder called endpoints with a mod.rs folder inside it. If I don't have like child modules inside of my endpoints module, then I prefer to just have endpoints.rs in the root. That's a bit easier. Whereas if I do have multiple child modules inside of endpoints, I prefer to have this structure where you have the mod.rs, but it's entirely up to you. This just means that when you look at the file tree, all the files will be in the same folder. So we say we have a mod me. That has this function inside it. endpoints. We should now be able to say endpoints me get me. Let's make this a struct me. It's not really better, is it? Like, we could as well have it like this. I think that's fine. No reason to nest things further into structs than necessary. So what else do we have? We have a users. That is a create. A bunch of missing things. Let's just see if we can have Rust import help us with most of them. I wish there was like a way to just import all the missing things. That would be convenient. Wonder why it's not telling us like the path to the things that I'm missing. Is that because query macro is messing things up? No. Where did the hasher come from? So this env module is not the env crate in the standard library, but rather the env in our own crate. This guy. Almost there. And we're now compiling. So now we should be able to replace all this with endpoints, me, users, create. Very well. We're not using authenticate. Let's just indent this one correctly. Nice. Let's pull this one into the same module, the login. Just make one called login. Where's password coming from? Root. Response is from Tide, I believe. Verifier is from the same place as the hasher. And there we go. So this is now endpoints, users, login. Very nice. That has cleaned up the building of the server quite a bit. Great. I think it makes sense to move this one in here because I don't really expect us to be using it outside. Like that. Probably the same with the password. We use it just for logging in, not really anything else. State is fine to keep. So much we can clean up now, that's great. We could make a module called like middlewares or something. I think that makes sense. Didn't we have like a use for pin and future? Like that. Very nice. This is quite a bit cleaner. Cool. I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, that's much nicer to look at than the huge file that we had before. And everything still works. So that's the sort of wonderful thing about Rust, right? Is that you can just like move stuff around willy-nilly, and when everything compiles, it probably still works. That's true for most compile languages, but especially so for Rust. Let's go ahead and commit it. What did we do? We did some... I should have committed more. Did a whole bunch of stuff. Fix error handling, bugs, and cleanup. Handling, bugs, and cleanup. All right. I actually think that is, let's look at our to-do list. So that one we did fix. That was the future error that we talked about way in the beginning of the stream. I think we should probably tackle this one as the last thing, and then probably move on to the front end. Although, no, let's just move on to the front end right away. So, very new to Rust here. These streams are great for getting a sense of it. Yeah, thanks. If there's anything specific that you want to see, just let me know. Actually, I'm out of water. Let's take like a 2 to 5 minute break. And then we're going to dive into some WebAssembly afterwards, which is going to be exciting. So I'll be back shortly. All right, let's move on. So WebAssembly, huge disclaimer, I haven't done any front development for like 5 years, really. I've had 2 jobs in the past as a front developer, so I do sort of know what's going on. But since the whole sort of JavaScript ecosystem basically exploded with React and all the things that are going on now, I haven't done any of that. I've done a little bit of Elm, so I sort of know the concepts of like these sort of component-based like front-end frameworks basically. So I'm probably going to struggle with a bit of this. Hopefully chat, you'll be able to help me out. Great to see that there is a front-end developer here. That's very convenient. There are 2 sort of main front-end frameworks that I've been able to find in Rust. The first one is called U. I think that's how you're supposed to say it. And the other one is called Seed. I did a bit of playing around just before the stream, just kind of seeing which one was easiest to get started with. I don't think either of them are really production ready yet. They do explicitly say in, yeah, like they're both under rapid development. I don't know if it says explicit that it's not production ready, but you especially says so. I think if you were to start a new project today, and you wanted it to be like a serious endeavor for work or whatever, I probably wouldn't use WebAssembly quite yet. I would probably go the more established JavaScript, React, whatever route. But if you're just having fun and learning with a side project and you want to do a lot of Rust, then WebAssembly is a perfect thing to jump into. So I played around with these just before stream, just kind of figuring out which one's easiest to get into. And it seems to me that Seed is actually the easiest one. I think their docs are a bit better. I looked at like how do you make an HTTP request, for example. And so U has this thing called services. If you look at their API docs, services, they have like a fetch service, but they don't really show you how to use it, just sort of how to create one. And if you go to their docs, services, it's just like, nothing's really here, please make a PR. It seems that Seed has a slightly more extensive documentation. I'm not a huge fan, like they use macros for each HTML element like this. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of that. I might change my mind. U, I believe, uses a procedural macro that sort of looks like this, which sort of looks like JSX, which is kind of nice. I personally prefer this over this sort of macro style. So I think you would have to do a bigger analysis and evaluate both framework, actually try to build something with both of them to figure out which one would you actually want to use. But just sort of my gut reaction is that I feel like I like Seed more. So they have a quick start thing, which is like a project that you can pull down, and that basically has everything set up. It has like a counter thing where you can press a button and the counter goes up. So that's what we're going to use. I pulled this down earlier and it does actually work, which is nice. So this is like a GitHub template thing, which I don't really know what is. Let's just clone it down. Let's make a new tab, call it frontend. Let's clone it down. You can see I already did that previously. All right, so you have to install a couple of things to get started. They use something called cargo make, which is sort of like make from the C and C++ world. So there's this make.toml file that defines different tasks that run commands. That's the extent of my knowledge about it. But basically when it says like tasks.serve, then that means that you can say on a terminal, you can say cargo make serve. I believe you can also say list all steps. So if you say .h, you can see there is list all steps, cargo make. So there you can see these are all the things that it can do, and there's build and there is serve. So serve will actually start up a web server, cargo make serve, that you can go to. It's at localhost 8000. So this is basically the screen that I saw at first, which confused me very much because I'm like, there is stuff here, like there should be a counter and a button that we can click on, but it's not really working. What's going on? I tried in Chrome, same thing. If you look at the console, you can see it just says text HTML is not a valid JavaScript MIME type, which is true. I mean, it is not a valid JavaScript MIME type, but why are we getting that error? That's really weird. If you look in the logs, you can see it is making a response with indeed that thing. You get the same error in Chrome, so that it's not because Safari is weird. I did a bit of Googling and eventually found an issue where they said that you've probably forgot to run cargo make build. And actually, if we look in the README, they recommend that you run, where is it? Yeah, so that you make one tab where you run cargo serve, and then another tab where you run cargo watch. And cargo watch will recompile every time you make a change to your files. And the first time you boot it up, it'll actually build it. So that's what we're doing now by running cargo make build. So it turns out that what I hadn't done, which is I haven't actually built the WebAssembly bundle, which is probably something that we're gonna want to do. It's a really confusing error when you don't know what's going on. So that's sort of annoying. But if you do run into it, that's probably why. So there it is. There's the counter. The error is gone. We can increment it. If we try to change the text here to be like, here is the counter, compile again, you can see the text did indeed update and still works. So we've successfully made a WASM app. I think we're gonna want to run this in a separate tab. Front end server. Like that. We're still able to compile with like Rust Analyzer and stuff like that. I suppose that's because they have like special stuff in the cargo.toml file. I'm actually not exactly sure what's here. Wait, why are they referencing a commit? Reference commit fixes base URL and memory bugs in seed 0.7. Once new version of seed released. Is there a new version of seed released? No. All right. I guess there's bugs. What version is that? How do you go to a specific commit on GitHub? I'm just wondering, like, what version of seed are we on? If you just click here. So this is the latest one from 5 days ago. All right. I suppose we could just say master as well. Let's just keep it to this branch. All right. Say this is backend docs. We should be able to make one called frontend docs. Cargo doc server port 4001. So I basically want a page that I can go to that has all the docs for our library, for the front end library rather. All right, so while that's compiling, let's just talk a bit about how the sort of structure is. Let's nuke all these comments. All right, so those of you who are familiar with Elm should feel very much at home. So there's a start function. I'm not quite sure what this WASM bindgen thing means. I think that's just sort of the Rust library that'll basically hook it up to the JavaScript runtime, I think. So you make an app, you give it a name, I guess. You give it 3 functions: init, update, and view. Init is basically what tells you the sort of seed runtime how to make the model for your application. The model basically represents any state that your application has. So like what page is the user on, who are they logged in as, any sort of other state that your app might have. Then there are messages. That's sort of how you communicate like with the seed runtime what you want to happen. And then there is update, which is where you take a particular message. So like something happened, that could be like a user clicked on a button. It takes a mutable reference to a model. In this case, it takes orders as well, which I think is like how to make HTTP requests and other sorts of things. And then the idea is that you pattern match on the kind of message that you receive, and then you update your model. And then the seed runtime will call this view function, which takes an immutable reference to the model, and then you're supposed to return a node, which is basically an HTML thing, and that's sort of how the life cycle works. So the idea is that at first, the framework will call the init function to get the initial version of the model. It'll call a view with that version of the model, get back some HTML, it'll put that in the page, and then whenever something happens, if like you click a button, you can see that we make a button for the model. I'm not quite sure what that means. And then this EV thing is probably just like an event. Create an event handler that accepts a closure and passes WebSys event, allowing full control of event handling. So this basically creates a click event. So like when the user clicks on this button, we want to return this message. So then it'll call the update to be like what to do with this message and pass you a mutable version of the model. And then you can make any changes you want. And then it basically calls view again and waits for the next event. So if you're familiar with like functional programming, the way you do it in Elm, this is how you can have sort of a sort of pure, without any sort of mutation way of doing of managing a front-end app. In this case, we are actually mutating because in Rust it's totally fine to have a mutable reference to the model because we're guaranteed, because of ownership, that there's only one of these references alive at any given point. But in Elm, you would just like return the model here instead. So you take in the previous model and then update it and return a new one. But in Rust, that's not strictly necessary. This is basically everything there is to the framework as far as I'm aware. And what's really nice about this is that we're sort of able to reason about all the different things that can happen in our app and sort of view them as just taking a message and a model and producing a new model, or taking a model and producing HTML. That's sort of everything that there is, which turns out to be a very nice way to actually build your application. So I'm not quite sure where we should begin. We should probably just try to familiarize ourselves a little bit with the framework. Let's run that cargo make watch thing from before. Can we just put it at the bottom? And if we make some error, do we actually see it? Yeah, it does show up. All right. And it shows up here as well. Yeah, cool. So that just means that we should be able to, whenever we make a change, to like when it's done building, we should be able to go to the browser and see it immediately. Nice. Are the docs done? Yes. There they are. We should have seed. All right. So they have a whole bunch of macros. Cool. So let's just kind of see if we can get anything done whatsoever. What does C do? Add classes to the element. The reason we can't call it class is because class is a keyword in Rust. No. All right, I guess that's just the choice of the library. Can we put these in any order? Yep. Did that work? There's a div with a counter. Yeah, that's the one. All right. Nice. So what if we wanted to make it like so you could decrement it as well? Here is the counter. I suppose button. It probably takes anything that implements display. How does that work? What if we put something there that doesn't implement display? Trade bounds not satisfied. Doesn't satisfy. Right, that's not terribly helpful. So currently it just has a button that shows the count. So we're just like, we're total WASM noobs, right? We're just figuring out what's going on. Let's make an up and down counter buttons like plus and minus, and then let's have and let's show the actual counter value below. And the front end people are probably asleep by now. So we want a new, let's say, how do we do that? So we have I'm not used to writing HTML this way. We have a div which says probably just have two buttons. Which one that does plus, one that does minus, increment, decrement. Like that. Counter value. That's kind of nice. All right. Cool. That was pretty easy. I do kind of like this, that you're able to put things in any order. We don't need to deal with like attributes and stuff like that on the HTML. That's kind of neat. All right, I wonder what this orders thing is. Proxy render force web page to render immediately after model update. Yeah, success. So far so good. Ship it, right? Notify all subscription handlers that listen for messages with the message. Skip. I suppose this is how you basically tell the runtime to sort of do stuff, like set a countdown or run an HTTP request or something like that. Perform command. MSU. Commands timeout. Message timeout. What if we were to do this? So when you update, we also say wait 1 second. And so CMDs we already have because we imported the glob thing up there. So now we should get a timeout message. How do we do a console log? Console. Seed console. Seed log. Seed log. Hey, happy coding. Yeah, we're just getting started on the WebAssembly, which is exciting. I've never done that before. So now the idea is that every time we increment, we set a countdown to 1 second. That basically tells the runtime to, after 1 second, give us another, like, call update again with the timeout. And then we should log stuff. Let's see if that works. Let's bring up the console. There it is. Very nice. Why are there quotes around it? Put a lot of those. Very nice. All right. So how do you do, like, what commands do you have? CMD. CMDs. All right, only timeout. Great. Amp data orders. Effects. Notification. How do you make HTTP requests? There was a section about that in their README. All right, so they have an actual model struct. We're gonna want that eventually, so let's just do that for now. I think it should still work. Yep. So that's the sort of nice stuff. Well, one of the nice things about having this sort of setup is that when everything compiles, it's highly likely that your app is going to not crash. Data fetched, seed fetch response data result. Deprecated in seeds. Use. Great, they should update their docs. So I guess if you guys want to contribute to seed or to open source in general, a good place to start would be to update these docs. We use seed request wrapping the fetch API. That's a new thing in browsers, right? It's like a built-in way to make requests, so you don't need the XML HTTP request thing anymore. Differ from jQuery Ajax. All right. Let's just try to copy this after mount. So that's a way to, like, when the app boots, you can immediately begin running stuff. Build and start. Where do they pass in the model? After mount generates the model. After mount, they probably derive default for their model. Yeah. So after mount is probably just some type that like wraps their model, and then if the model implements default, then after mount implements default as well. Let's just try to copy this structure. Whoops. Like that. So we don't actually want to use that one. Let's use this deprecated thing first and see if we can figure out how to replace it with the thing that's not deprecated. And let's remove this timeout stuff, it's silly. Whoops. Branch. What is the branch? Yeah, they were like loading stuff from the GitHub API. Serialized, deserialized, those come from Saturday. Those we know. I wonder if, like, from the backend side, we have this responses module. We could probably make like a shared crate or something that both the backend and the front end depended on. That would be kind of nice. Use Saturday deserialize. Serialize. Cannot find type. There we go. So let's try to log it when if anything ever comes back. What is this thing? Can I see it? Fail reason. All right, if it compiles, it works. Did we ever fire it? No, we didn't. Fetch data. Fetch data. And they probably don't do anything on fetch data, right? No. Okay. Like they send the message here, which then probably immediately just calls update, and then they send the order. I wonder if they could just like do this to begin with, like down in the after mount. Probably. There's a fetch data function. This one. Oh, that's nice that it just returns a future. I wonder if we can make it an async function. Does async await work with work in WASM? I'm not sure. Fetch JSON is not found. Future. Fetch JSON data. Deserialize owned static. Seed browser fetch request. Seed browser service fetch request. Is that the same? Seed browser fetch request body. Set the body. What's it saying? Expected JS value. JSON mode cache. I'm not even sure what this even is supposed to do. Well, let's try to read it. So it returns a request. Fetch JSON data. And that's the message that it sends when it's done. I wonder if they have examples in their Git repo, because those will probably compile. Fetch. Simple. Fetch user JSON. Okay, let's try to copy this. It's likely that this example will actually work because they probably compile all the examples together with the actual code. It seems their docs are a bit out of date. So we don't want this commit stuff anymore. They aren't using the after mount either. Message fetch. Okay, so things are back to working. I don't think we want this one. They have a received with a user. What's a user? A user is just a deserializable thing. Does the message not need to implement clone? Sure. This can just be Serde. Data fetched, that is received. Whoops. And how you actually fire it. You do it like this. Fetch. So anything that be converted into a request, it returns an async response. apparently a string probably just becomes a GET request. Let's run the backend server and see if we can actually request the slash. Wait, we removed the slash users route, right? Main users create. Let's just try to call me and see if that works. 8080. Turn it into a insert a JSON value. Don't really need this user thing. All right. So when we receive the fetch message, then we perform the command, and that will respond with message received at the very end, and we send the fetch message in the beginning. Let's just add a bit more logging. Received message fetch. Command is done. Command started. All right. Whoa, that did not work at all. Panicked. Network error, geez, error origin. Ah, that's some course thing. God damn it. I thought we were able to get around that. All right, probably not. Do we see anything on the back end? We do. Yeah, it is actually calling us. We just need to set up course. Course middleware. Get post options for anything, allow credentials. Where's that? Set allow credentials and return new course. Anyone in chat knows what allow credential means in course? Get post put patch delete. Head is a thing as well, I believe. Still nothing. HTTP request failed. 8,000. It's not allowed by access control origin. Now credentials false. Max age. I wonder why this doesn't work. Origin. Any. I think that's what star is in the first place. Yeah, it still doesn't work. Source lib 42, is that in our code? Yeah, that is pretty nice. I don't think that matters. Nah. Do they have anything here about cores? Nope. You normally don't need to do anything on this on the client side, right? WebSys, request mode, cores. Do they do anything here regarding cores? No. Fetch. Cores sets a header in the HTTP response, right? What if we just make a dummy route that doesn't do anything fancy? At /get async we return are you using the right port? I think so. Did you use localhost? Yes, I believe I did use localhost. Status code, okay. All right, so this endpoint definitely works. There we go, let's try calling that instead. Localhost 8080. The server is running on localhost 8080. Change it to /. Did it work? Yeah. What? Why didn't it work before? Change this to /me. I think I know why. If we remove this middleware, does it now work? Oh, what? This, if we remove the cores middleware, the /root thing should not work either. So my thinking was that this middleware basically got that the authentication endpoint failed. So this got that response and then made a new response that didn't have the cores header on it. So basically by calling this endpoint, which doesn't fail, so that would hit this part of the middleware, which does have the cores added by the previous middleware. What endpoint are we calling? /me. So now /me fails, which we would expect because we don't have the cores thing. Rebuild. Curious if you launch some cargo run from Vim or Tmux. Tmux. Yeah, there's a fine line between Tmux splits and Vim splits. I have a plugin that allows me to use the same key bindings to navigate anywhere. But these separate tabs over here are Tmux, and these are Vim. All right, so now we have the cores. We just recompiled, and we're calling the endpoint that should always work, and that does work. So now if we call /me, it fails. It's probably because their cores middleware doesn't work on errors, but only on successful responses. If we look at their cores middleware, we can probably see how it works. Implement middleware. Origin, mute response, next run. Yeah, they call question mark. So that probably means that they ignore anything that actually works, or rather anything that fails. What if we just copied this thing and did our own implementation that doesn't have the question mark here? Let's kill this guy for now. Is there a way that we can validate this theory? Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that that's what's happening. Because the only difference between this endpoint and this one down here is the fact that this one fails. What if we hardcode this one to always return one user and not actually authenticate? Endpoint me. User ID. I mean, this should definitely work, right? Because at this point, we're just making it the same as this one. To response. We're calling /me. And that works. Yeah, I'm quite confident that that's the reason why it's broken. All right, let's see if we can fix it. wonder if there's an easier way than copying the entire source. Like, could we make our own middleware that wraps this guy? Probably could. We should probably note down here that we most likely have a similar bug here in that we don't pass on the headers. Let's write that down to do. Might have to pass on headers. Wait, no. The error can't have any headers. So that doesn't make any sense. That's not possible. It's only the responses that can actually have headers. All right, let's just try to copy in the source of this guy and see what happens. Where does header value come from? Origin. For a moment there, I thought it would just compile. Box futures. I believe that is in the futures library. Headers. Why not a subtrait? What do you mean? How would that fix it? Is valid origin? Build pre-flight response. Oh, that was a huge method. Result. That is just a tied result, I believe. Response origin. Wildcard. All right, that works. So how can we get rid of this question mark? I think that's the problem. Into. If we match on it, so this should all still work. What type does this have? That's one of these errors that we looked at before. This one. What could we do with that one? Status and display debug implementations. It's pretty much all we can do. Oops, sorry. Wonder if we can do something similar to this. Set body. Body string. But that also sets the yeah, that's not quite what we want. Because like, what if the body is JSON? Then it has the then we should set that the JSON content type. Can't find value status. That is error.status. Oh wait, let's just return it like that. That seems to work. So instead of using their middleware, let's use our own. No new function. Let's just copy in the whole thing. This is not what I expected the stream would be about. Copy pasting code, having no idea what it does. If the compiler works, YOLO. All right. I mean, fair warning, it did say in the README of Tide that it's not production ready. And our front-end framework is not production ready either, so we're living on the edge. Fuck. Bad request. Hey! That means it works. Because we're calling me, and me fails because we're not authenticated, and we do actually see the... Like, we do actually get through, right? There's no CORS thing that's holding us back. So it is actually working. We see this is the response that we set. Yeah, access control at origin star. Sweet. So I think it actually works. That should totally be an issue on the Tide GitHub project. Yeah, that was easy. Whoa, all right. Well, so can we bring this back? And if so, does that break everything? It probably breaks here. Let's do like a print of what the error actually is. Do we have the log crate? Log. Like that. Wait, did we bring that back, the other one? Yeah, we did. Because I imagine that this is gonna like remove the nice JavaScript formatting of our response, which we do want. I'm also curious in what order the middlewares are called. Yeah, it's text plain. Wait, what was in the logs? That probably means that this middleware is called first. Put this one down here. That didn't hit the logging that we set up. Didn't log this guy. Ah, that's because this one catches it and turns it into a successful response. But it did have the course thing on it, and it does have the right content type. So is there a bug? Will this one, currently this one will never be called, right? Because this one catches all errors and turns it into successes. So this strictly isn't necessary. If we didn't have this one, then it would still be necessary. So the reason that we saw the issue before is because we had it the other way around, which meant this one would run first. So I think this should actually be fine now. Yeah. All right, let's remove this one. Let's just run the backend test to make sure that we didn't break anything. And then we're going to figure out how to actually make a form on the front end to log in. Calls middleware we don't want. Origin we don't want either. Yes, we do. Cool. Run the backend. How do you know what text is in the text field? Like if we were to make an input thing and people type in it, are we able to get, can we get like access to DOM nodes and call like that text or however you're supposed to do that? Document. Log window, HTML document. Document. Children. Get element by ID. Wow, this is so weird. This is like JavaScript and Rust. Element. Local name. Text content. Is that the way that you're supposed to be making forms? Is there a form example? There's a to-do MVC. lib model data refs. Next to do element ref HTML input element. That sounds promising. Input model refs clone. View main. What does your init look like? Refs default. Is refs a seed thing? I'm usually not a fan of these kinds of glob imports, because when you just see this symbol, you don't necessarily know where it comes from. It's that one, lref. Virtual DOM element ref. DOM element reference. You want to use it instead of DOM selectors to get raw DOM elements. I suppose that's a way for us to sort of be guaranteed that the element actually exists. Where does it get assigned? View to dos. If view to do. lref. Yeah. elref. Is that your own thing? No. Right. That's actually pretty neat. So that's a way, like when you're constructing an element, while sort of constructing it, you're able to also save a reference to it. Do they have that in Elm? I don't think so. I'm not sure. That's pretty neat. And then what are you able to do with it? Get gives you, I keep going back to the terminal. Get an HTML input element. All right, and that's like a JavaScript DOM kind of thing. And then you're able to say like, what is it, text content or something, or value, because it's an input thing, value. Get the value field of this object. All right. Cool. Let's see if we can make an element. Yeah, let's ignore the broken. Let's just comment this out, because we don't technically care about the request right now. So what do we want? We want a thing like this in our model. Let's say that is a lref. No, input ref. HTML input element came from websys, which I don't think we're depending on. Where does that come from? All right, it comes magically. All right. Input lref default. And then when we construct our HTML, so we don't care about this. We want to make an input. we wanted the LREF. Where element ref was that guy. Input ref. Do you have to type text inside of the input? Attributes. Save editing to do. Input event. Blur. So blur is when you move. Is that when you move the mouse out of the input, or when you move the cursor out of the input? I believe there's a key down event. Save. Get the key. Is there like a changed input thing? Is that what this one is? Let's just see what that looks like to begin with. There's an input there. Does that become a placeholder? Nah, it just becomes stuff inside it. How do you make a placeholder? Is that this adders thing? Adder value. At. All right. Very nice. Input event happened. That's because it receives, what's the string? Is that like the current value of the thing? Value. Can you just say log value directly? Yep, I guess so. Is that all that's necessary? I think so. Oh yeah, it works. Sweet. So we remove this guy. Very nice. I suppose that means we don't even need, can we get, I guess the reason to store the element is so that we can get the text in other places, but we could technically also just include the text in the event. Let's say this is username. No, we don't want it in the text. I imagine that we're going to have like a button, and when you push on that, then that fires an event, and then that event will, in the update function, it will grab both of the refs of the username and password fields and then it'll get their values, and then it'll make an HTTP request to the server and hopefully get a token back. So that means we actually don't need to do anything when you type in the username thing, I think. Username input. I don't think something like this would be possible in Elm, because how are you able to call directly into like JavaScript APIs to get the text that's inside of an element? That's not a pure function. So how would Elm model that? I'm not entirely sure. If there's any Elm experts in the chat, do you know if you can do something like this? If like while creating a view, if you can store a reference to it and then like call arbitrary JavaScript APIs on that thing? I don't think so. I started making forms. This is password. Like that. Don't need this event anymore. Only tested a very long time ago. Yeah, myself. I played around with it like 2 years ago, I think, and only a bit, just to sort of understand the concepts. All right, so now we have the two fields, and we need a button and div button submit. How did you make a click event thing on a button? Event click ink. What the hell does that do? Yeah, those are my dot files. Thanks for putting them in the chat. What is ink? Ink. Macro for cloning values to close. Alternative short record. What? Enclose. We had that in our original example. How the hell did that work? Quick start. Like this. Easy. Oops. Model click. Create user form submitted. We obviously also need to handle stuff like when they press enter versus clicking the buttons, stuff like that. We're just sort of figuring out how things work. Update EL reference. Like that. You can't put a button inside a button. Yeah, exactly. Did that work? Button clicked. Yes. So So are we then able to say model dot input username dot get dot, what type is this? It's an HTML input element. HTML input element. Value. All right. Hey, where's X? Thanks for the raid. How's your stream? You're doing Rust as well, or something completely different? Thanks, man. Password input. That's some awesome Rust there. Thanks. Just trying to figure out how WebAssembly works. I think it's doing fine. At least things are working. Username. Value. I'm a Ruby's, but I support Rust. I used to be. I worked with Ruby for 5 years professionally, done it on the side a bit longer, so I came from Ruby as well. The logging is not a format macro. It doesn't interpolate these values. I think we've removed that. It still compiles. Yeah. So we can just remove, whoops. It's just like doing console log with multiple values, like that, I would assume. It totally seemed to be working. Is Rust as good as PHP? I have no opinions on PHP. They're empty. Foo bar. Hey, look at that. We're actually able to get the text. There we go. Very nice. So now we need to send those to the server. It's a good thing that we have, and error handling will get there. Does that return an option, by the way? No, it just returns a string. There's always a value. Can you, I'm curious now. What if you call .value on a div node? Is that possible? Document get element by tag name. Can you do this to get the first one? Value type error. All right. I met an awesome Rust during my time at the Resource Center, and they were awesome. I'd imagine it was pretty awesome too. Yep. I like it a lot. It has a pretty steep learning curve in the beginning, but once you get over that initial hump, I think it's really great. And it's a lot of fun. And the communities are nice, which is cool. How did you call the registration endpoint to create a user? Post/users, username and password. How do you make a post request? What does fetch return? Fetch returns a into response. So it probably just constructs a GET request. JS future request into. We can probably just pass. Yeah, we can make a request and pass it in directly. Sweet. We're gonna want to do pretty much this thing. Form. Let's just steal this. Slash users method post JSON. Like that. Just need it to be inside a perform. Username. Let's just say that's username. Create user payload. Come on. Create user payload. Fun fact, you can create structs anywhere in Rust. Like you can define a struct inside a function. That's totally cool. I don't think you can access it outside the function though. We could move it out. Fetch, wait. Sponsor you reference. Why did their example compile? Curious. Fetch on the request, await, unwrap. Required. Request A. What the hell is wrong? What type is this? That's a result. All right. Yeah, because adding the JSON to the request can probably fail. Request JSON result fetch error. Yeah, that can be a Saturday error, right? Can you use question mark here? No, probably not. Error handling is a whole thing that we haven't looked into at all. Await, that gives us a response. Check status. What does the response look like? It looks like data with a token. So probably like data token, some string like that. Actually, let's just steal these. These are the response types that we're gonna want to share between the two, the front end and the back end. Data token. All right, and let's just log it. Log token. This is so cool if it actually works. Foo bar. God damn it, so close. Expected value, set error. What did it get? Ah, because we're making a post to ourselves. I'm gonna catch up on chat real soon. Sorry, guys. It worked. Hey, look at that. That's our token. Sweet. So now, what's the database that it uses? And whoops. There's our user, username foo, hash password something created just now. So it successfully works. We now have sort of very basic communication between the front end and the password, between the front end and the back end rather. Let's get rid of this. I don't think we need the fetch event anymore. All right, that is pretty cool. So now we have to like save the token in a first in the model itself, and then in like a cookie or a local storage or something. Not quite sure how we're gonna do that. I think we're gonna tackle that next time though. Have you noticed that my laptop battery is slowly draining, very slowly? I think the fact that I'm both compiling 2 separate Rust projects and streaming at the same time is slowly draining my battery, very slowly. I should get, can you get 2 chargers? If your computer has 4 USB-C ports, can you plug in 4 chargers and charge 4 times as quickly? Let's see. How would you compare Rust to C++? I've never done C++, so I'm not the right person to tell you. I did a bit of C back in university, and the main thing I learned from that was that I don't want to do C ever again. So there you go. 4 Apple chargers cost more than a MacBook. Yeah, they are very expensive. Oh, it's up to 12 now, which I guess is because we weren't compiling anything. All right. Let's do one more. Let's see if we can just save the token on the model and then actually send like a logged in event or something. Get the current user back and then save the current user. And when that works, I think then we'll wrap up for today. We don't need the count thing anymore. Let's nuke that. Say we want to save the token on the model. Auth token. Explicit lifetime required. Let's add like a no-op event that just doesn't do anything, so that we can just return just to get the compilers to go away. Ah, right. We cannot assign to the model from an async thing because the model is just a reference, which means we need to send an event, I suppose. Authenticated. Then we can say model.token is some token. That was auth token. Is the build part of Vim, was that a different pane like in Tmux? It's a different pane. It's part of the sort of starter template that we used for the WebAssembly template framework thing that we're using. All right. Can we then make another request to call /me to get the current user? Me get what did that look like? /me with an authentication header. How do you set headers on a request? Headers. Header. Set a specific header. Headers with this request, replace any existing headers. Header authorization. Bara. Convenient. This is the one we want. What did header return? Did it return self? Yeah. Header. Header. Bara. I don't think we can do this. Model token. Because the model probably doesn't live long enough. I'm not quite sure. It returns some. It returns an option rather. Let's just unwrap it. Async. Whoa, shit. I got bimmed. Async move. It's not move async. That works. Can you do this as well? Model loss token. Unwrap. Nah. Perform CMD. So perform CMD requires that the future that you give it lives for tick static. That means that the sort of this async block can't have any references. And currently it does. It references model, which is borrowed. So that means that this future that async generates will sort of automatically live as long as this reference lives. It can't live longer because then the model would be invalid. So we have to clone the auth token outside the closure and then move it into the closure. Like that. Request/me get the response back. What does the response look like? Good question. Logging in. It returns a username, which is a string, and then the ID, which is a UUID. Let's just ignore that for now. Make a username string. Add a to-do to ourselves. I wonder if the UUID library supports WASM. I guess we're gonna find out. Turn that into a user. And let's say we return me loaded. And we have to implement clone for user. All right, everything compiles. Moment of truth, let's see if it works. Foo bar. Fuck, so close. Internal server error. Post 500/users. Curious why we don't see anything in the logs about it. $500. I'm not sure that the ban command is there. I should probably add it to Nightbot. How big is the WASM compile binary? How's the startup time? No idea. PKG, does it go in there? WASM 2.6 megs? That's pretty big. Package.js. I honestly have no clue. I guess it's this one, but I don't think we're doing like release bills anyway. So I'm not sure. I wonder what's going on though. User. It sucks that we're not seeing anything. Whoa, this is not the wrong one. It's this one. Username. No, we're calling me. Authentication. Let's just make sure that we're actually getting in there. Wait, are we posting to /users? Yeah, that's to log in. That makes sense. What if we change this one to not do anything? It's probably because the username and password are already taken. User. Yeah, we don't handle it if the username and password are already taken. Let's just delete everything from user, delete star from users. Can you not do that? Delete from users. Auth tokens. Let's try again. Let's just bring this back. We should probably do some logging here just to make sure that we actually see it working. Can we log the whole model? No. 400 bat requests, client error. Get me. Can we see the response? Missing value for authentication header. Can we see the request as well? /me authentication bearer. It is setting the token correctly, it seems. We're calling that authentication, but it's authorization. Fuck. I have a little search and replace script. So this means inside, like infinitely deep into folders, any file that ends in rs, replace authentication with authorization, like that. Let's just run the test to make sure that everything still works. Yeah, classic mistake. Things are still working. We probably have to delete again. All right. There we go. That's our user. Let's just make sure that the ID is right. I'm not sure why it wouldn't be. Select ID from user. Users 8E4. Yep, that's this one. Sweet. We've successfully oh, and you locked the entire model. Nice. Things are actually working. That's really cool. So now we just need to figure out how to actually save the auth token in a header. And we obviously need to clean this up a whole bunch, especially around like error handling and those kinds of things. Not quite sure how we're going to do that, but I'm sure we'll be able to figure it out. Cool. I think we're going to cut the stream here. We've been going for almost 4 hours now, which I think is a good length. Any questions regarding the setup that we have? Now is the time. I think we actually managed to get really far today. That was really nice. We cleaned up the backend quite a bit, broke up things into several modules. We had a fun times with the core setup, which we still have to probably make an issue on the Tide repo. So that was fun. And we managed to basically go from nothing to some sort of authentication with the web app in WASM. We still have to do the bug on the backend that we discovered where like it returns a 500 if you authenticate as a user who, like if you try to take the username that's already taken, then you return with a 500, which we don't want. Let's see, crashes, errors if trying to create user with username that is already taken. It should obviously not return a 500, but some sort of error response thing. I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, so far my impressions of Seed are really nice. The fact that it integrates sort of natively with async await is really cool. And the fact that it's this easy to make external HTTP requests is pretty great. Just a 200 but with an error message, yeah, I mean, that could work. We have to exactly figure out how we do that. We don't really have the setup for it at the moment. I'm not too worried about that. Yeah, this setup of doing like HTML as macros, basically, I was a bit sort of iffy about it in the beginning, but I actually think it's gonna work just fine. It's really neat that you can like put as many things you want in here and put it in any order, and that sort of stuff is really great. And it seems to integrate through whatever this WebSys thing is. It seems to integrate quite well with the native JavaScript runtime, which is pretty cool. And it's neat that you can like, I'm not sure if there's any Elm experts in the chat. I'm not sure if you can just like arbitrarily get the text value of some JavaScript node in Elm. But since Rust isn't pure, it's no problem. Hello, the language is Rust. We're doing WebAssembly on the front end. We're just wrapping up though. You're welcome to follow. We stream about every week. You can, all right. Do you have to like, whenever, I don't know. It's been like over 2 years since I did Elm. But last time I looked into it, you had to like, for every event, like on the input field, you had to like send an event back to the model with what the text was, so that you sort of stored what the text was in the model. I'm not sure if I just did it the wrong way, or if that's the way that you're supposed to do it. I don't know. Another thing that I think we should definitely look into, probably in the next week, is to move these types into some sort of shared library that both the backend and the frontend can use. That would be really cool. I wonder if you can move the URLs into that as well, so that you're sort of guaranteed that the URLs that the frontend calls are actually implemented by the backend, because it's like all one library. That would be pretty interesting. Yeah. So anyway, I think that'll be this week's stream. If you enjoyed it, you're very welcome to follow. I stream once a week, usually on Sundays. Now my work's office is opening back up again from next week, so from tomorrow. So I have to get up early tomorrow morning. So it might be half an hour earlier next week. But you can always catch the past streams on here on Twitch for like 2 weeks, I believe. And I always upload previous streams to YouTube as well. There's a link down below. But I think we should do the raid thing. What do you think? Is there anybody online doing Rust that we should raid? Let's see. There is one guy I see. Museum, random projects in Rust. I think we raided this guy last time as well. Let's see. There's a guy doing Phoenix, but it looks like it's in Spanish. More Swift and GraphQL live coding. Should we do iOS? It doesn't seem like there's anyone else streaming Rust. Let's raid this guy. I would like to raid Rust people. So you're welcome for joining if you offer some more Rust. That should be... What are you doing, Twitch? Start raid. Yeah, so be nice, take care, and I'll see you next week. You have to wait 5 seconds to start the raid. Thanks, guys. See ya.